What's up, guys? Uh, I didn't even know there was a new Call of Duty. Did a pretty good job calling the bottom for today. Hmm. 65.74? Really? Never mind. I suck. Will we close anywhere near the bottom? Well, we're kind of running into the problem that I described last night, which is that if we chop too much on upside reversals, like this was great, right? This is really good for the bulls. But this shit, not so great. Ball rising on a flat tape. Yep. Sweet, sweet Vana. That is correct, Boom Boom, yeah. The leverage effect. And then if vol increases, they have to shed more delta to hedge Vana. KVU question, why the sell-off? I have no idea. I sold all my KVU at 17 yesterday before the news. I was just waiting out the dividend, and then I was gonna dump it. I don't want to hold it for a fucking year to wait for the merger. But something to do with the court cases, I think. Nice, Chris. How were you that right by accident? Oh, I said I was going to sell after the dividend anyway. I just didn't get around to it till yesterday. TQQQ puts were really good at the end of October. I might have some exposure to long yen. It's not a ton, but hey, Gurk, you should probably charge more for Pickles Picks. Yeah? Like, how much? Add a few zeros. Gamma Strike merch is coming as soon as I'm not the one who has to deal with it. Set it up as a print on demand thing. Send them your files. Boom, done. The problem with all those services is like the clothes they sell are fucking garbage. Yeah, I'll turn Discord on. Enjoying the podcast, it seems like a slightly more focused version of the weekend stream. That's because the weekend stream needs to be what it used to be about, which is stocks up or down. Give me your stocks, I give you my thesis, right? Like, it was never supposed to be about me and Jay Fresh and Dork jerking each other off with macro talk and how the world is ending for 4 hours. That's just what it turned into. It's not even a Sunday to me anymore without that. Wow. I mean, Dork and Jay Fresh will probably still hop on Sunday streams once in a while. But we're busy boys nowadays. I'm trying to pull it down further. Um, I mean, charm could definitely have a detrimental effect, but it's way too early in the day for that to be the case. Um, I would say if we continue to chop, then Ivy's going to continue to bleed up on the front. And as Ivy pushes up, the effect of Vana is going to become more pronounced. So it's very easy for us to slip back. Especially through here back to like 6,600. However, 6,600 is pretty supportive. And as long as we don't slip that, Vana won't go crazy or anything again. Although if we do, looks like out of the money put demand is still fairly elevated. Ooh, that's not even the right fucking... Okay. Cool. How do I read the Vana graph? Well, it gives you strikes, and then the amount of Vana exposure at those strikes. Which tells you about the change in delta relative to the change in implied volatility. Have you ever invested in anything pre-IPO? Reddit. You guys could ask about equities. There's nothing wrong with them. Is Netflix still looking bullish post-split? I have no idea. No. Maybe a lot of sold puts at 110. Messy. Still illiquid. The new chain's starting to fill in. Looks like mostly sold puts, probably. Hmm. I would say if it gets above like 113.50, it could start pushing back to the upside. But the chain isn't really fleshed out enough yet for that. No, I don't, Joshy boy. Last one. Hal into Jan. I got $28 puts up, but not much. I wanted to know where the downside ends, I guess, or 26, or we can go back to the 22, 24 range. It's gonna be affected more by oil prices than anything else, but we can take a look at the options chain. There's a gap back down at 25. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I would say it could probably keep falling. The downside doesn't look super supportive. And then there's a decent amount of delta to squeeze out down to like 22, 21, with enough gamma on the overall chain for that to happen. Mm. I would watch 25 and 23 for support though. Shit definitely gets a lot uglier under 25. But a little break at 23, 2050, 19. It's hard to say because obviously there's not a lot of delta on this chain. Like total delta is like 613 million. Gamma exposure is pretty low overall. I would say it's still mostly driven by buyers in the underlying, but not terrible. At least not a terrible view of sentiment, which does look kind of bearish. Nice. That was a good price to get out. Hmm. If Gamma Strike goes public, are you buying puts? I think I have to. I know you know the answer already, but is theta the main difference between you saying put selling is discouraged in this environment? It's risky to sell puts long term versus saying put selling was encouraged on the morning's low. Zero DT put selling is encouraged on the morning low. And the reason for that being the spike in prices on puts due to the dealers having to hedge the overnight move in volatility, um, creates a window where the premiums or the positive carry on the volatility of those puts is extraordinarily high. And that spread benefits people who are short vol. So there's a window of opportunity at the 75 test for vol sellers, as you saw. And I was outlining that. But overall, the macro situation, selling puts and holding sold puts for an extended period of time, or selling naked puts, extremely risky right now. What's NVIDIA need to do at earnings to keep the dream alive? Beat? I mean, NVIDIA's option chain looks bearish right now because it's been selling off for several days. Like since about the beginning of November, NVIDIA's just been pretty steadily selling off with like one brief like pop on capitulation. Bringing it back roughly to the level it was at the last earnings. Last earnings weren't bad, but tighter credit environments are a problem for them. Also, consumer demand for loans, well, consumer demand in general is down. We're getting into an environment where the cost of capital is higher, and lending to subprime borrowers is riskier. This is all part of the original Upstart thesis, is that there was a window where they could succeed and do really, really well. But the long-term macro didn't favor their business model over the next like 5 to 10 years. And I think we're starting to see some of the effects of that weigh on them. I think they can survive. I mean, they probably won't go out of business and shit like Klarna. We're not going to IPO. Why would I ever take GS public? What bump? Dump? Did you mean to write dump or bump? Very short term, despite their overall growing risk. Yeah, because there's less risk on the zero DT. They don't want to sell long term exposure here. No problem putting flaps. I know it will of course beat. Maybe. What do I check to get in on the dispersion trade? If you're looking for dispersion to turn around, I mean, you probably want to look at single stock volatility versus index volatility. I think NVIDIA missed on data center sales last quarter, and I think it poses a risk, the same risk this quarter. Explain to me what an option is, as though I was a 50-year-old hedge fund manager with billions of dollars in capital. You can buy convexity or get paid to inventory it. Why would a 50-year-old hedge fund manager need? Never mind. Kenny could crush Gamma Strike if it was public. Sure, probably. What if Jensen has a new chip and says it will make AI cheap? That sounds super bearish. Hey, look, we're back at 6,600. Just like I said. How many collars am I have to set up on NVIDIA for my high net worth clients when the stock loses 50%? Is there a position that would support us closing under 65.75 for today? Sure. Yeah. We could close under 6,600. Under 65.75 seems probably difficult. I guess it'll depend on how much like of the downside risk gets pulled back if we lose 6,600 here. So we're at support, small bounce, right? See what that turns into. There's not a lot of gamma to the upside to stop us from moving right back up again. Why is the long end selling off? Liquidity issues? Hmm. What if I told you it's massively overpriced? How can we never play the Power Hour song anymore? I think I might not have loaded it onto my new computer. On a scale of 1 to 10, how plug and play would you say GS is? I mean, I think the fact that you can use a lot of the information purely as technical tools without having a more complex understanding of the options market makes it fairly beginner friendly. At least that's what it's designed to do. And then obviously like the deeper your understanding, I think the more useful it becomes. You think NVIDIA will shit the bed or go fully hard? I'm not sure. I do think that they could miss on earnings this quarter and next because I think second order effects from tariffs, slowdown in Chinese exports, and drops, a decline in data center demand all present some risk to analysts' forward models for their revenues. Which state did you register GS under? I don't know. I'm actually about to launch an app with some friends. I was wondering if you had any advice for starting a software business. Yeah, don't. Do you like working really hard and not getting paid? Flat gamma, same like no gamma. Very easy to move between strikes. Yeah, yeah. Which we saw, right? That's basically what we got here on this bounce. I did get your super chat. I'm a little bit behind on the YouTube chat right now. You're looking skeletal. No, I'm not. I look fine. GS? Yeah, that thing is sick as fuck. You should try it out. I can look at it. Yes, GS is available internationally. That's not true. You can just do data analytics for a hedge fund. Saudi to invest $1 trillion in what? GS is not available in Somalia thanks to Popcorn Trader's terrible legal advice. No, it's because it's a international war crime to trade Somalian markets. No, it doesn't, Renzer. Resistance at 40. Oh, damn. Bull's got a fucking sick pump off of that. Look at that bump and call premium. Why am I not greedy? I don't know. Is Trump talking or something? No. There's some statements out of the ECB. Oh, Trump says Caterpillar has been incredible. Saudi Arabia agreed to invest 600 billion in the U.S. and we're negotiating chip export licenses to Saudi Arabia. China announced that they're determined to cooperate with Russia. Resistance. Back under 30 is a little bit bearish. Ivy's picking up to the downside again. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Trump's long cat. I have an idea for a new drug. It blends Ozempic, ashwagandha, creatine, and beef tallow. Damn. What about ivermectin? Yeah. Mean reversion back to gamma neutral wouldn't surprise me too much. Need a breakout into positive delta on the 0 DTE though, which we may not get. Things do look a little bit more bullish here though. Yeah, I could see us pushing up the rest of the way. Definitely not impossible. Especially if IV continues to fall. Nice. We got bot calls out to 60 right now. So there's some resistance here. Breakout above like 40, 45, 50. Um, opens up a move out to like 60, 70. Well, if you boof the beef tallow first, the rest is pretty easy, isn't it, Bob? All right. I'll look at some things. Hang out above 50. Hmm. 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 Starting to get some profit taking here. A little bit. Both at the money and out of the money calls. Um, supportive bot calls in the money at 66.40. We're getting some profit taking on puts too, which is going to push vol up. Keep an eye on vol. If it keeps bleeding up, we'll get the same thing that we had before. Let off under GF and fell back to 6,600 before it bounced where we currently are. Yeah. Keep an eye on pit premiums. Trump live? Oh, has he? Is he just rambling? I don't really want to watch him ramble. Wait, is he live?
$6,
Oh,
$3.50, $3.75, underbite, all different numbers, but way high. And we have energy way down. But the biggest thing to me, because I know what it means in jobs, is the fact that we're at over $17 trillion, Scott, and we expect to be around $20, $21 trillion in 1 year. And that's many times bigger than in history. The highest number was $3 trillion. And we're going to be at 21 trillion. That means new plants, new AI, new auto plants. We have auto plants coming in from Canada, from Mexico, from Germany, from Japan. Toyota just agreed to invest $10 billion on new auto plants, all American workers. We've never been in a position like this. You can go back to the beginning. Our country has never been in a position like this. And it really is because of the fact that we use tariffs to bring all this money in. And you're going to see the results in a year when these plants start to open up. We have more plants under construction now than at any time in the history of our country. And these are big plants. These are the biggest plants anywhere in the world. And I want to thank you because you've agreed to invest $600 billion into the United States. And because he's my friend, he might make it $1 trillion, but I'm going to have to work on him. But it's 600. We can count on 600 billion, but that number could go up a little bit higher, yes, or I don't know. We'll see. But we appreciate it very much. So Saudi is going to be investing at least $600 billion, and that means investments in plants, in companies, money on Wall Street, and what it really means for everybody that really counts is jobs, a lot of jobs. We have a lot of jobs. So I just want to thank you. We've been really good friends for a long period of time. We've always been on the same side of every issue. I think we've done a great job in wiping out the nuclear capacity of Iran. Nobody else could have done that. No other president would have done it. We had the pilots in the Oval Office right here. We were celebrating a very successful attack. So I had them in with that beautiful B-2 bomber that's over there. And they said, sir, for 22 years, we practiced this attack. Our predecessors, these were very young guys, so 22 years, they said our predecessors and us practiced the attack on Iran, but no president ever gave us a go-ahead. 3 times a year they went out and they practiced the attack. Nobody let us do it until you came along, and I let them do it because it was the right thing to do. You can't have a nuclear Iran. And so we put you in a very good position. But I just want to say it's an honor to be your friend, and it's an honor that you're here. and if you'd like to say a few words, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This relation has been a relation for about 9 decades, and we've been working together for a long time. But today it's a very important time in our history because there is also a lot of things that we're working on in the future. We believe in the future of the United States of America. We believe in what you're doing, Mr. President, really creating a lot of good things and good foundation to create more economic growth, more business in America. And it will also your work for the world peace. I believe, Mr. President, today and tomorrow we're going to announce that we are going to increase that $600 billion to almost $1 trillion of investment, real investment and real opportunity by details in many areas. And the agreement that we are signing today in many areas in technology, in AI, in earth materials, magnet, etc., that will create a lot of investment opportunities.
So you are doing that now. You're saying to me now that the $600 billion will be $1 trillion.
Definitely, because what we are signing, it will facilitate that, and we
I like that
will
very
build on
much.
it.
Go ahead. No, that's great. I appreciate that. That's great. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever done. And in all fairness, if you didn't see potential in the U.S., you wouldn't be doing that.
Definitely.
You don't want to lose money.
As you said, Mr. President, it's the most hottest country in the planet. But what you're creating is not about opportunity today. It's about also long-term opportunity in the United States of America that will affect American economy positively in the next coming decades. Preparing the right foundation of emerging technologies, that's a game changer for America in a good way, and we want to be part of it.
Yeah, we're doing really well. And this, you don't see what we're doing so much because we have, although the construction industry sees it. If you look at Caterpillar, who's been incredible, the tractors, everything else, the numbers that we're doing in construction are unbelievable. Some of the plants that we're building, AI, and they're building their own electric with the plant. I gave them the right to build their own electric with the plant because no country, frankly, will have this. China's working very hard to produce enough electric, but we're beating China substantially at AI, which is a big thing. And we had a great meeting 2 weeks ago with President Xi, but on AI, we're doing well. And I have a man, David Rommel.
Yes, sir.
David, could you say a few words about what you're seeing on the job front and all of some of the assets, and also how we've been helped by the Saudis in terms of the kind of investment they've made, please.
Yeah, most certainly. Thank you for the opportunity. I am a facility leader for GE Vernova, and if you look at the landscape for GE Vernova investment, over $750 million in the U.S. focused on true manufacturing jobs here stateside. We're looking at tripling the output of our Greenville, South Carolina facility, where we make the gas turbines that are supporting U.S. needs as well as the Saudi Arabia needs.
Right.
So real jobs, $300 million in gas investment, South Carolina facility. That translates into roughly 1,800 jobs across the board for GE Vernova as we try to scale capacity to be able to meet this demand. Along with that, we're partnering with local communities to build the skill set that's required to meet these capacity needs. So that talent pipeline is incredibly important. So it's real jobs in the manufacturing space.
Well, you've been great, and thank you very much. And we love that state. I won that state by record numbers. I won a lot of states by record. Texas, a lot of them by Indiana. We're working with Indiana or something right now. We won that.
You can't hear
A
him?
lot of them by records, but that was one of them. I want to thank you very much.
Very
Say hello to
quiet.
everybody. Great
I'm
job.
gonna
You're
try
doing
to-
a great job. Thank you. So just in wrapping up, we'll take a couple of questions, but I want to just tell you what an honor it is to be your friend. And I very much appreciate the investment of now $1 trillion, okay? I'm glad you got that out. I didn't want to be the one to tell them, but that's great news.
We keep increasing, Mr. President.
I know.
Each time the opportunities are just increasing more and more.
Well, the opportunities, right? We're doing better. Even if you look back 6 months ago, I mean, now all of a sudden you feel even better. So, and I think we're only going to go in one way. Does anybody have any questions?
Mr. President, Mr. President, have you approved the export license?
He does, it's fine.
We are doing our best.
What the
It's a
fuck
lot of
is going on?
things.
Is this just
And I
old?
would say, Scott, right, when you hear one country is putting $1 trillion
Oh, okay. Did it like restart or something while I was gone?
Affair. Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, Letitia James. Then it was Arctic Frost investigation at the Justice Department, surveilling United States senators and congressmen and a whole host of other Americans. Then it was Jack Smith and his gag orders and his raiding President Trump's home. Then it was a 43-day shutdown, and now it's Epstein. And by the way, the same party that did all that, they were also the ones who were texting with Mr. Epstein during a hearing where Michael Cohen was their witness in another effort to go after the president. Americans see through it all, and frankly, it's actually kind of sad. This obsession, this syndrome, this mindset that says we got to go after President Trump no matter what that they have. And when I think about it, I think it's because President Trump and Republicans have accomplished so much that they told the voters they were going to accomplish in the 2024 election. We're actually doing what we said we were going to do. President Trump said he was going to cut taxes, and he did. President Trump said he would secure the border, and he did. President Trump said he'd get men out of women's sports, and he did. President Trump said he would make sure Iran doesn't have nuclear capability, and he did. And he said he would get the hostages out of Gaza back into Israel, and he did. All in 9 months. So I don't know what causes this mindset, this syndrome that the left has, but I know one thing. It is real. Which brings me to last week. Think about what the Democrats did last week. The Democrats released an email that the Oversight Committee had obtained from the estate. An email from Mr. Epstein to Ms. Maxwell. When the Democrats released it, they redacted the victim's name, something we all support, something everyone supports, except in this case, no court had ordered that name redacted, no agency had redacted it, and the estate didn't redact it, and the victim had already went public. So why black out her name? Why black out her name? Because she had said in her book and had testified under oath that she never saw any wrongdoing by President Trump. So think about what they did. In an email between two criminals, Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, in an email between two criminals, they hide the name of an individual who had went public and exonerated the president, and we know why.
Did you just say exonerated?
And twist the message because they thought it might harm the president. Their position, cover up the names of people who are already public, but don't worry about other innocent people who the court said should remain private. Again, I think the American people see through it. They see through what the Democrats are doing. The American people know what this is. They know Democrats have nothing else to run on because of the success of this administration. So I say let's vote yes on this resolution, and then let's get focused on making sure we're doing what the American families elected us to do. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Today, 4 months and 3 days after Mr. Khanna and Mr. Massey introduced their discharge petition, perhaps the most famous discharge petition in American history, the People's House unites across party lines to draw a moral line. We draw a line against the rape and sexual violation of children. We draw a line against the global criminal trafficking of girls and young women to service the pleasure of rich and powerful men who believe they are beyond all law and all morality. We draw a line to put the voices of the victims and the survivors
It's evolving the language.
We ask the Senate to join us without changes rather than obstruct this bill with dilatory amendments, legislative graffiti, and self-dealing million-dollar jackpot provisions for lucky senators. Just pass the bill. We're finally voting today because a bipartisan discharge petition led by Representatives Massey and Khanna and signed by 218 of us overthrew the determined obstruction of the Speaker. This forced vote means the House will no longer acquiesce in this astonishing real-time cover-up of a multi-billion-dollar global sex trafficking and child rape ring that has ravaged the lives of more than 1,000 girls and young women. We're here today because these victims, these survivors, these citizens, these inspiring women who have come to Washington are demanding nothing less than justice and the complete truth about who is responsible for their vicious abuse, including those responsible for enabling it, ignoring it, bankrolling it, and covering it up. We join them today in rejecting any more dangerous lies about the crimes they suffered. No, child sex abuse is not a hoax. It's a crime. Human trafficking is not a hoax. It's a crime. These crimes are a curse on children and young people across America, in universities and elementary schools, in churches and mosques and synagogues, in Boy Scout troops and college sports teams and summer camps. Anywhere the powerful and the rich believe they've got the opportunity and the impunity to exploit the young, the poor, the powerless, and the vulnerable. We must face the truth and find the co-conspirators still at large in one of America's most extensive and sophisticated sex trafficking and child abuse rings in history. Release of the file will expose the role of everybody who facilitated and covered up these crimes, like J.P. Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and Bank of New York Mellon, which executed billions of dollars in transactions related to these offenses, as well as any bank executives who participated in the sexual abuse of girls and young women. We must expose everyone who covered up these crimes, like Alex Acosta, the former U.S. attorney in Miami, Donald Trump's labor secretary, who gave Jeffrey Epstein an unbelievable sweetheart plea deal, immunized the unnamed conspirators, and killed an investigation into Epstein's financial crimes that could have brought down the entire criminal network. And with that, I'm going to yield. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the distinguished chair of the House Oversight Committee, Mr. Comer, the gentleman from Kentucky.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chairman of the House Oversight Committee, I've always believed that sunshine is the best disinfectant. For years, the American people have demanded transparency about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's horrific crimes and about the federal government's failure to protect the victims. The House Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough review of the federal government's investigation into Epstein. Our work goes far beyond the legislation before us today. We are committed to accountability, transparency, and justice for the American people and for the survivors of these appalling crimes. To date, the Oversight Committee has released more than 65,000 pages of documents, issued 13 subpoenas, and conducted interviews with 2 key witnesses, both of whom were Republicans. The Trump administration has provided us with Department of Justice materials and access to suspicious activity reports. Unfortunately, throughout this investigation, Democrats have chosen to manufacture yet another anti-Trump hoax instead of pursuing justice. They have mischaracterized witness testimony and selectively released documents complete with targeted redactions in an effort to smear President Trump. For example, former U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr, who oversaw the 2019 Epstein investigation, stated clearly under oath that the prosecution team found no evidence that President Trump committed wrongdoing. Despite this simple and straightforward fact, Ranking Member Robert Garcia, moments after that deposition, tiptoed out and publicly claimed that, quote, Barr could not clear Trump of wrongdoing. That was a lie, and we have the transcript to prove it. I invite the media to read the transcript. When the Oversight Committee interviewed former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, Democrats whipped themselves into a frenzy trying to manufacture a gotcha moment, but they failed. Mr. Acosta dismantled the Democrats' narrative. His testimony confirmed there was no contact between President Trump and Mr. Acosta and no connection between President Trump in the Epstein case. Next, Democrats resorted to selective leaks and doctored documents to mislead the American people. Oversight Committee Republicans have posted 65,000 pages of documents we have received to date. Democrats, by contrast, have released fewer than 12. In their latest selective leak, Democrats released just three of the 23,000 pages of documents from the Epstein estate.
We're
And they
pinned
made
here a little
redactions to
bit,
two
but if
of
we
those
slip
emails
back
that
into
changed both the
negative delta
context
gamma,
and the
things get
meaning
bearish again.
of the 3 pages they released. When CNN called them out for their deceptive redactions, Representatives Stansbury and Crockett tried to blame Republicans for their own edits, for the Democrat Oversight Committee edits. After Democrats released only 3 emails, Republicans released over 23,000 pages. And what did Democrats say in response when we released every single document that we got? They claimed full transparency was meant to, quote, disorient or distract from their manufactured narrative. These are the same Democrats who chant, release the files every day until the files contradict the story they want to tell. That is the definition of hypocrisy. In contrast, full transparency exposed how Epstein appears to be TDS patient zero. The evals reveal a journalist coached Epstein to blackmail then presidential candidate Donald Trump.
The gentleman is recognized.
The files also show that a House Democrat colluded with Epstein during the 2019 oversight hearing to discredit witness with a vendetta against President Trump. And unsurprisingly, Democrats have been silent about their colleagues' coordination with Epstein. Another email shows Democrat fundraisers invited Epstein to an event or to meet privately with Hakeem Jeffries as part of their 2013 effort to win a majority. So Hakeem Jeffries' campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President Trump must appear for his deposition. We've subpoenaed him. To date, the Democrats have done nothing to help us secure his appearance. I support full transparency. The Oversight Committee will continue to work to get the truth to the American people and to get justice for the victims. That's our goal of this investigation. With
Can we not listen
I
to
yield back.
this?
The gentleman yields back.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Well, this is the vote on
The
the
gentleman from
Epstein
Maryland is
release.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should just point out that we've heard now from the 2 distinguished chairmen of the Judiciary and the Oversight Committee, and they've spoken almost exclusively to denounce Democrats. We have a bipartisan coalition here demanding the truth about the largest child sex abuse and trafficking ring, perhaps in American history, certainly in this century, and they want to just throw stones at the Democrats. What a remarkable failure of leadership we're seeing from the other side. And I imagine that the chairman of the Oversight Committee will follow up his spectacular failure in trying to impeach President Biden with his spectacular failure in trying to block the resolution we brought to the floor today. I'm happy to yield 1 minute. Excuse me, you're not recognized, whoever's speaking. And I'd like to yield 1 minute to the very distinguished minority leader on the House Oversight Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, it's
Fucking
wonderful
bent.
to hear Republicans and certainly the chairman of our committee finally wanting transparency on this issue. It is time to end this White House cover-up now. Now, we know that Donald Trump has tried everything to kill our Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and he's failed. And now he's panicking. He's about to lose his Epstein vote to force the Department of Justice to release the files. And let's be crystal clear. Trump has the power to release the files today. He does not even need a vote. And he continues to defy the subpoena of the Oversight Committee to release all the files. What is Donald Trump hiding? What is Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, hiding? Why won't they release the Epstein files right now? And he must explain to the public why he moved sex trafficker and monster Ghislaine Maxwell to a cushy, low-security prison after her interview with Trump's personal lawyer. He should declare, and every Republican should say, that she does not deserve a pardon or commutation.
The gentleman's time has expired.
30 more seconds.
I grant him 20 more seconds.
We don't care how much money you have, what party you're in. how powerful you are, we should get justice for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. And our work on the committee is not
I already
over.
did that,
Next
pie
up are
guy.
the bank and financial records to follow and expose
Twice.
Epstein's network. Today, there should be a unanimous vote on releasing the files, and we will get justice. And with that, I yield back.
And we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the distinguished gentleman from California and member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Kiley.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I have consistently called for the maximum possible level of transparency when it comes to the heinous crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. That's why I've consistently said I am inclined to vote for this bill, and it's why I will be doing so today. The victims deserve the truth. They deserve justice, and they deserve closure. For months, they've had to wake up every day and see the name of their tormentor on the front page of every newspaper, on every TV channel, as has the broader American public. This issue has been so politicized by so many people in so many ways, which is deeply unfortunate when we're talking about matters of the highest sensitivity and untold suffering. It is my hope that the passage of this resolution today, together with the work of the Oversight Committee, will lead to the expeditious release of all pertinent material so that we can move on. Let's get accountability, let's get answers, and let's get this over with. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yeah, I yield 1 minute to the very distinguished gentlelady from Washington, a member of the Judiciary Committee.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of girls, children, were abused by Jeffrey Epstein and his massive and powerful ring of pedophiles and protectors of pedophiles. We can't say all their names here. We don't have time. But let's at least bring a few of the courageous survivors and their names onto the House floor right here as we debate this. Haley Robson, Jenna Lisa Jones, Michelle Licata, Ashley Rubright, Annie Farmer, Marina Lacerda, Rachel Benavides. These women have carried a burden that they never should have had to bear. And today, they demand, we demand, the American people demand that we answer their clarion call to justice. Today, despite all the giant cover-up attempts by this administration and this Speaker of the House, we will vote to release all the Epstein files. To be clear, there is no protection for pedophiles, no protection for the rich and powerful men of either party who participated, who turned a blind eye, who winked and grinned while witnessing the horrific abuses of young children. Release all the damn files now.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina and member of our committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been very supportive of this effort, specifically to bring justice to the victims of this horrific series of crimes. However, I have worked behind the scenes to raise concerns with this petition as it is currently drafted. Specifically, I believe that there is grave risk at harming innocent people. And I repeat, harming innocent people. When innocent people are harmed, that is not furthering justice. With an investigation of this size and a file that is as large as the Epstein files and as poorly defined as that is in this petition, there will invariably be people who are released pursuant to this discharge petition who had nothing to do with criminal activity. Imagine, if you will, a bellman, a waiter, some type of doorman, a mere social attendee who had no impact whatsoever on the criminal activities of Jeffrey Epstein, no participation. Their lives are forever ruined. And I'm reading specifically from the petition's language that prohibited grounds for withholding information in this file are embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. And I would just submit, if you were going to be embarrassed, if you were going to suffer social harm, and that is all of the encompassed activity that you were a part of, you will be named in this petition. And I resent that. Innocent people should not be harmed when we are pursuing justice. I understand the political nature of this petition. I resent the fact that there was not room for good faith amendments. And I urge the Senate to protect innocent people. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I'm yielding 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Representative Kamlager Dove.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 3 women and girls around the world are physically and sexually assaulted each year. Of the 152 women in this body, that means 51 women. It includes your daughters, your sisters, your nieces, your mothers. And with the Epstein files, we have a chance to change that. But real talk, the administration doesn't need a discharge petition. It has not complied with the subpoena, and it has the power to release the files today. Instead, the man in the most powerful position in the world has used the full weight of the government to block and obfuscate and deflect the full release of the files. It is the same person who intimidated female members of Congress to withdraw names from the petition, who responded quiet piggy to a female reporter who asked about the files, and who nominated an alleged sexual predator to be our AG. It is the same person whose name appears more than any other in the Epstein emails. And in the pantheon of violence, a sexual predator is the worst of the worst, so why protect him? It's also curious that the judiciary is managing this debate and has not even had this come before the committee. I wonder why. Release the files now!
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is
so
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, chairman of the Constitution Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Today, a united Republican Party and a bipartisan supermajority is going to pass a bill to increase transparency regarding the egregious abuses by Jeffrey Epstein, a goal that anyone of conscience desires. That is, in totality, an important statement to check the rich and the powerful. Remember how we got here. After decades, it was President Trump's Department of Justice that indicted Jeffrey Epstein in July of 2019. It was President Trump's DOJ that arrested and indicted Ms. Maxwell. It was the Republican-led Oversight Committee, through 13 subpoenas, that has released 65,000 pages of files in just 10 months. Meanwhile, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have largely ignored this issue. It was Democrats who redacted an email to mislead the American people about the truth of a witness that exonerated President Trump. It was a Democrat, Representative Placette, who literally texted with Jeffrey Epstein as we questioned Michael Cohen. It was Democrats who shut down the government, resulting in the delay of swearing in of members. As we vote to pass this legislation, and it will pass, it is impossible, however, to avoid problems with its politicization. One colleague has offensively gone so far as to say that to oppose this bill means you support pedophiles. Yet I know good public servants, former law enforcement, former prosecutors who never knew Epstein, never knew any visitors to his criminal enterprise, who have genuine concerns about supporting this bill out of fear of creating new victims or harming existing victims, or both. That is what we've reduced Congress to, inserting itself into the prosecutorial process for political motivations, driven heavily by hatred of President Trump.
I'm not old enough to be on the list.
Privacy, concerned about risking disclosure of non-credible allegations of child sexual abuse.
I don't remember being
future
trafficked.
Investigations. But here's the deal. The leaders of this nation must expose abuses by the rich and the powerful. That is why President Trump and the House have been working for full transparency. But we should be motivated by truth and justice for all, not politics. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Representative Clark, the minority whip.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This should be an easy vote. This is about justice for the victims and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. This is about every victim of trafficking and sexual abuse, monstrous crimes that thrive in secrecy and fear. Yet instead of shining a light on that darkness, just moments ago, Donald Trump defended the continued obstruction of releasing these files. Even as House Republicans prepare to vote yes today, Speaker Johnson is calling this a show vote. He's calling it dangerous. He is signaling the U.S. Senate to block it. Republicans continue to use their power to shield rich pedophiles from
65
justice.
and 50.
If you can't stand up
Still
for
in the
these
money bot calls
survivors,
at
how can
40,
anyone
45.
trust you to stand up for them? I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
We yield.
The gentleman reserves. Does the gentleman reserve?
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
Things
The
get
gentleman
bearish under
reserves.
40.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yes, just very quickly, what happened under the Biden
Mostly
administration? Well, under the
uninteresting,
Biden administration, Ghislaine Maxwell was prosecuted for conspiring to sexually abuse and traffic girls in 2020. Right when it's in 2021, she was convicted. In December of 2021, after a month-long trial in Judge Nathan's courtroom, in 2022, Maxwell was sentenced to 20 years in prison under the Biden administration for sex trafficking and sexual abuse of minors. But when President Trump took office in January of 2025, they killed the investigation. They assembled all the materials, they got all the prosecutors together, and they terminated the investigation. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support to release the Epstein files. First, this issue is beyond party. It's a question of justice. Survivors have waited too long. Stop the delay. This is not a hoax. Release the files. Second, we must face a hard truth. Silence that shields the powerful is a betrayal of those they hurt. Congress must reject any attempt, including a presidential pardon or any form of clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell. This cannot be done. This would be a cover-up. We cannot allow clemency of any kind for Maxwell, not now, not ever. Survivors deserve justice. I urge a strong yes vote. Thank you.
Yields back.
I want to thank the gentleman for his eloquent remarks. Pardons are for people who are contrite. Pardons are for people who are repentant. Pardons are not for people who lie. Every member of this body should immediately, verbally, vocally denounce the idea of clemency, commutation, or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, and we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves.
I yield 30 seconds to Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
The gentlelady is recognized.
There were thousands of girls and young women abused, trafficked, and used by Epstein, the elite and the powerful who believed they could get away with it. Epstein told the young victims that he controlled the banks and the government. Those women refused to be silenced, and today they have pierced the dark with their light. Anytime any girl is trafficked, molested, or abused, the world must stand up. Today, the House proves Jeffrey Epstein wrong. The Senate must do the same tomorrow.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California. 1.5, excuse me, 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, a minute and a half or an hour, the words would still have to be the same. We've all said that this will pass the House, perhaps unanimously today. I think all of us who have looked at the details of this particular bill know that it is flawed and that before it goes to the President's desk, it has to be amended as it can be amended in the Senate. And we call on the Senate to amend it so that we protect the innocent, so that we have the provisions that were intended perhaps to be in this bill but are not properly written. With that, President Trump has said, get it to his desk, he will sign it. President Trump has said he will do it. But I'm going to say to all of us, it is also important that we remember that Epstein is dead, but people live on, people who were innocent, people who in fact should not be named. We're not talking about the rich and the powerful, we're talking about the very victims. That is what we need to make sure is amended before it goes to the President's desk. And with that, I thank the chairman for his time. I think no more needs to be said that this body will vote for it all, but let's not kid ourselves. It has to be changed so that it properly protects both the tradition of the grand jury and clearly those innocent people that would otherwise be swept up. And I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
This whole bill is about protecting the innocent. Mr. Speaker, the Senate must pass the bill as we are passing it today and as the President has said he would sign it. after changing his position on the bill over the weekend when he could see the tidal wave of public opinion moving against him. Let's pass this bill, pass it in the Senate, sign the bill, and let us go ahead and release the complete file. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Arizona, Representative Ansari.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the walls are closing in on Donald Trump and his rich and powerful friends who either abused or raped children or were enabling and complicit in these heinous crimes for decades. This vote today matters, but here is the truth. Donald Trump could direct the Department of Justice to release the files today. He is choosing not to. They are already under subpoena, led by oversight Democrats, and have refused. This is an ongoing cover-up by the Trump White House, and Mike Johnson and the House has been complicit. What is Trump hiding? Why not release the files today? This is a
time has expired.
Release the files today. Thank you.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Today I want to talk about hypocrisy. Let me be clear. I was from Jumpstart, a co-sponsor of this very bill. From the beginning, we should never protect pedophiles. But for months, my Democratic colleagues have done what they think is politically convenient through all the yelling, through all the tears, through all the sadness. They say releasing the Epstein list is of grave concern to them. If that was true, where were they during the 4 years of the Biden presidency? Why didn't they demand the release of these files from Jumpstart in year 1? Mr. Speaker, why didn't they ask for them in year 2? Or if that wasn't good enough, maybe in year 3. They had control, or not even in his final year of office. Other than a single letter the ranking member wrote in 2019, a single letter, not one Democrat on the committee spoke out about Epstein or his victims of this very terrible tragedy, other than to say that he didn't like the plea deal. Let me say this. When they stand here today insisting how badly they want these files released, why didn't they do it? Yet they stayed silent for year after year after year after year under Joe Biden. It's impossible. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible to see that as genuine. What I see is a group more focused on scoring political points and drama than on protecting abused children. The record is clear. Under Republicans, far more information has been released in the last 6 months than was done during all 4 years of the previous presidency under Joe Biden. We've actually been the party of transparency. We've released the information. We've told the truth. Unfortunately, and I'm sad to say it, they have been the party of hypocrisy. Mr. Chair, I reel back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
You know, I've never heard a more defensive presentation in my life than what we're hearing from over there. The gentleman should spend a little less time pointing out hypocrisy and a little more time trying to ferret out cruelty, humiliation, and rape. And that's what we're working on. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Min.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I want to remind you that we are all here voting on this bill because President Trump, who has the power to release the Epstein files at any time, has refused to do so, calling this a hoax. We're here because Speaker Mike Johnson and President Trump have gone to extraordinary lengths to try to kill and delay the discharge petition, including refusing to seat Adelita Grijalva for over 40 days and threatening House Republicans who signed on. Now, several of my Republican colleagues have accused those of us House Democrats who support justice here of having Trump derangement syndrome. You all suffer from something much worse, which is pedophile protection syndrome. Stop protecting pedophiles, release the Epstein files. The victims deserve justice. I yield back.
We reserve.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I'm yielding 30 seconds to my friend, Representative Walkinshaw from Virginia.
The gentleman is recognized.
For years, Mr. Speaker, we have watched dangerous conspiracies like Pizzagate and QAnon shape our political landscape. They help fuel the rise of President Trump and were built on baseless claims about secret pedophile rings, while the real documented case of child sex trafficking involving Jeffrey Epstein remains shrouded in secrecy because President Trump refuses to release the files. What is President Trump hiding? Why won't he release the files? The House finally has the opportunity to act, release the files, and let the American people see the truth. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Granting 30 seconds to the very distinguished gentlelady who is finally with us, Representative Adelita Grijalva from Arizona 7th.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the survivors, family members, and advocates who are here today and have never given up. The legislation in front of us, at its core, is about something very simple. The survivors deserve justice. The American people deserve the truth. To every survivor watching, your courage is inspiring. You are the reason why this vote is happening today. Protecting women and children from pedophiles should not be a Democratic issue, should not be a Republican issue. It should be a human rights issue and a matter of justice. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I yield back. Thank you.
Sorry, I got a bent laptop, so I had to fix that.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests
Starting to look
of the
a little
House,
bit more
and that
bearish.
any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The gentleman from Maryland.
Yeah, but I'll just add they're here.
How do you
as
fix
honored
that?
guests
I'm just
of
going to
the House,
return it.
And we're delighted they're here, and with that, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I'm granting 30 seconds to Representative Lois Frankel from Florida.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for far too long, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse were failed by a justice system that minimized their suffering and prosecutors who treated young girls as if they were criminals. That was wrong, and I am here with my colleagues to promise this. We will get to the bottom of why the Epstein survivors were treated so badly, who made those decisions, and who were they protecting. No more secrecy, no more excuses. We all deserve the truth, and I thank the survivors for their courage and perseverance. Your voices are being heard.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman.
Is that the toilet trading laptop?
Yeah. From Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mr.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, for doing such an extraordinary job on all of this. For 43 long days, the Democrats held this House and the entire country hostage. Finally, with the lights back on, this body's returning to our regular legislative session. We have a lot of work to do. My colleagues on this side of the chamber are ready and eager to get back to our urgent legislative work that we promised the American people we would do. We've got to continue lowering the cost of health care. We've got to bring down prices for American families, and we've got to finish the regular appropriations process, just to name a few of those priorities. And I wish I could say that our first order of business would be to get to those urgent priorities, but of course we're here spending time on the floor about something else. This is something we could have resolved last week when we brought a unanimous consent to pass this discharge with the full support of the body. But our friends over here who are arguing today stalled that. They objected to it, and they wanted to have this exercise instead. And that's why we say that this is a show vote. That's what this is. They're making a show of it. And it really is a shame. We have some heroic women in the chamber today. I met with many of them a while back. They're in the gallery here. They have come forward. They have shown their faces. They've used their names to share the unspeakable tragedies that many of them were subjected to, some of them when they were very young. And it is a heroic service to the country. They are seeking justice, and the justice has been delayed for too long. The Department of Justice, many years ago, should have brought these charges. It took too long to do it. And now we're in this process of making sure all the American people get the information, but we have to do it in the right way, After 4 years of Democrat control under President Biden, they were not truthful with us about a lot of things. The Democrats insisted the border was secure. We knew it wasn't. They insisted that inflation was transitory. We knew it wouldn't be. They misled the American people about the obvious mental and physical decline of the previous commander-in-chief. And now those same Democrats are demanding transparency. Suddenly, transparency is their new word. Out of nowhere, they've taken a curious concern in the Epstein investigation, all in the name of that, in the name of transparency. But the question has been asked here many times during the debate on the floor, and everybody questioning why it is that Democrats have done this right now have to look at the obvious facts. The Democrats had all the Epstein files in their possession for 4 long years under the Biden presidency. The Biden Department of Justice had these files, and no one on this side who is breathless today about the urgency of this release ever said a word about it. And it was the Democrats who could have urged President Biden's Department of Justice to go beyond prosecuting just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, but they didn't do it. And so it's a fair question to ask today, why now? Why the sudden urgent interest in Jeffrey Epstein? Look, we know why. It's because the Democrats were never interested in transparency or executing justice or protecting the victims of this unspeakable tragedy before. The simple truth is obvious for everybody to see. This is a political exercise for Democrats, and it pains me to say it. I wish that was not the truth, but it is, and it's undeniable. This is as deceitful and dishonest as their pointless stunt was to shut the government down. Democrats are using the Epstein tragedy, the unspeakable evils that this guy committed with his trafficking ring and all of the abuses that they made these young women go through.
See that out of the money IV spikes? So bulls are still trying to prop this up.
And to try their best to try to tie President Trump somehow into this wretched scandal. The president had nothing to do with it. He's been very clear, and he has nothing to hide. And that's why he's endorsed the vote today. I suspect this vote will be probably unanimous. But
those get burned, though.
That everybody needs to understand.
It's going to get spicy.
We have been advocates of maximum transparency.
Megaphone on the 1 minute.
But we have also insisted that the victims be carefully protected. The Oversight Committee has been doing extraordinary work, and we've got some of the most
same thing though, right? Just failure
on the
at
Republican and Democrat side on the Oversight Committee.
Gamma flip.
They've been working in earnest to deliver transparency for the
American
American
people.
people.
I guess failure at the Delta flip
is
is pretty bearish here too.
The bipartisan effort over there.
I'd like to get below the Delta flip.
All the results that the discharge petition seeks.
But yeah,
and
reopens a bunch more
Chairman
downside.
Comer and all of these advocates over there have been releasing thousands of documents, for example, from the
contested
Epstein
though,
state.
which is interesting.
By the way, in my view, that's been the greatest treasure trove of information because it's yielded for us Epstein's own personal flight logs, his financial records, his daily calendars, and so much more. But importantly, none of that was addressed or is addressed in the legislation that's being voted on today. The estate files wouldn't even have been encompassed in that. And so it goes to show that the Oversight Committee is doing it the right way. From the very beginning, we've been insistent that this matter be handled carefully and with the utmost caution and care for the people who have been harmed. They should not be made to suffer any longer. We're talking about real people's lives at stake here, and young victims who don't want to be dragged into this political game that could get hurt further. But the Democrats are rushing the release of thousands of unsubstantiated documents that may be included in this, that are going to be in the public domain with the passage of this bill. And there are serious deficiencies in the legislation that I have noted at length, and Republicans have to work to address those deficiencies in the Senate if and when this legislation is advanced. I stood before the American public today at our press conference, and I explained in detail the dangers of the discharge petition. We have posted at my website, speaker.gov, a summary. The legal counsel, a small army of lawyers, put this together. I used to be a federal court litigator. Many of my colleagues who have spoken today were. We understand the dangers of how this was haphazardly drawn up. And among them, by the way, Mr. Speaker, before I forget, I seek unanimous consent to enter into this document into the record. It's on the website. It's entitled, How the Flaws of H.R. 4405 Could Re-Victimize Epstein's Victims, Create New Victims, and Damage the Judicial System. It is dated today. Thank you. And it summarizes just 5 or 6 of the major concerns. Among them, it fails to fully protect victim privacy. It could create new categories of victims. It potentially jeopardizes grand jury secrecy. It fails to prohibit release of child sexual abuse materials that are not appropriately defined in the legislation. It jeopardizes future federal investigations, and we have national security concerns regarding classified information. We'll put this in the record because we need the legislative record to reflect what is the legislative intent behind this vote. I used to litigate cases. We would litigate federal statutes and whether or not they could survive, and legislative intent is important. And we need to say clearly for the record, as a Speaker of the House, I'm saying to you, this legislation that will pass today is flawed and it must be amended. The question is, why didn't we amend it here before we passed it? Because the authors won't allow it. Because under the rules of the House, under a discharge petition, they have to agree to consent for the legislation to be amended, and they're not doing that. So now we rely upon our partners in the other chamber to get that done, and they need to do that. The victims deserve our utmost respect. In fact, they should be saluted for their courage. And the young women who have not come forward, who are now, some of them are middle-aged women who have not come forward, also deserve our respect, and they deserve to be protected. Republicans support transparency. We want maximum transparency, especially when it comes to disclosing the names of anybody who had anything to do with these evils, anybody who conspired with or aided in any way Jeffrey Epstein. They must be brought to justice. We want the bill to be amended so it doesn't, at the same time, violate victim privacy, create new victims, disclose the names of any whistleblower or informant, cause the release of grand jury materials or child sexual abuse materials, or undermine our national security. And if and when the Senate takes this up, we will work with our colleagues over there to make sure that these things are corrected. I'll just close with this, this simple thought. We've been at this a while. It's drug on for a while, but it's time for this to come to light. I expect that this will be a unanimous vote, and it will reflect what I think every member in this chamber, and I'll say this now, at least in recent days, every member of the chamber on the Democrat side, they didn't say anything for 4 years, but they're for maximum transparency now, and so is this side. But we want to do it in a respectful and careful manner so that we don't subject innocent people to further harm. And that has been the whole thing. I told all my members today I'll be voting yes on this, and I suspect almost everyone will. We'll send it to the Senate, and we hope it's corrected. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm yielding to Mr. Gomez for the sole purpose of making a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Gomez is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask a point of parliamentary inquiry. Is this an appropriate time to point out that the Republicans named children's savings account in their so-called One Big Beautiful Bill after Donald Trump, someone connected to one of the most notorious pedophiles in this country, or that the Speaker of the House just lied on the floor by stating that there was protection, there isn't protections for the victims in the Epstein bill?
The gentleman is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Maryland, you are recognized.
Thank you. I am prepared to close. I've got no more speakers on my side.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Ohio has 30 seconds.
Can I inquire how much time is remaining?
30 seconds. Six minutes, 15 seconds.
Take 30 his.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'll take the opportunity of the Speaker's presence to respond to some of the things that he said. In the very presence of the victims and the survivors who come to join us today, the Speaker said that now would be a time we should be working on urgent legislative work. Mr. Speaker, justice is urgent legislative work. The truth is urgent legislative work. The Speaker says, why now? Why now? Well, Mr. Speaker, you were the one who refused to swear in Adelita Grajova for 50 days. We would have done it 50 days ago, but she provided the 218th signature on the discharge petition. So why now? It was because of your dilatory tactics, your delay, your postponement of it. Now, the gentleman says that there are not sufficient protections. There are protections in the bill for the victims to make sure that their names will be redacted. And yet we hear even the Speaker of the House of Representatives openly inviting the U.S. Senate to start finger painting on this bill, which we have waited more than 5 months to bring to the floor. The Senate should pass the bill exactly as it's written. The President should sign it exactly as he said he would when he finally changed his mind. And the Epstein file must be released. Moreover, if the President is serious about what he's saying, he's got the power to release the Epstein file right now. Nobody's stopping him. It's within his possession. It's within his control. He can release the whole thing, and he can redact the names of the victims and others who are innocent in this process. Mr. Speaker, Speaker Johnson said that these are unspeakable evils. Well, because of the bravery and the invincible courage of the women who've joined us today, they're no longer unspeakable. They're spoken. They're articulated. The cat is out of the bag, and we know what's been going on for decades. It's been a double standard of justice, going all the way back to Alex Acosta, who later got rewarded with a cabinet appointment in the Trump administration. Alex Acosta had a 60-count federal indictment ready to go against all kinds of people for an interstate sex trafficking conspiracy with solicitation, with child sex abuse, all of it. And he traded that 60-count federal indictment for 1 count in state court. And Jeffrey Epstein ended up getting the sweetest of sweetheart deals ever on the plea bargain front. He was free from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to do whatever he wanted and continuing to perpetrate his crimes and run his conspiracy, and then he would come and he would watch TV and spend the night in jail. And it was over in about a year after the rape and sexual abuse of hundreds and hundreds of girls, and he kept going and he kept at it. We want the whole truth to come out. This is the United States of America. Even the British monarchy wouldn't put up with this. How about the American democracy? How about we say, no way, we're not going to allow this cover-up to go on for 1 day more. And I'm glad the president changed his mind after pulling out all the stops to try to get one of our Republican colleagues to change their mind, to remove their name from the discharge petition. He gave up. And I want to salute the gentlelady from Colorado from having the courage to stand her ground in the Situation Room in the White House and say, no, she wasn't going to be bullied. No. So I'm glad the president changed his mind. But let's be clear, Mr. President, you've got the power today to release the entire file. That's what you called for. That's what Pam Bondi called for. That's what Kash Patel called for. So we don't need anybody calling for the Senate to slow things down for more weeks and more months. The American people have had it. We'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is reminded to direct your comments to the chair and not your colleagues. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized, and you do have 90 seconds remaining. Correction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
The Democrat Party, with help from the dishonest media, used the Epstein files not to seek justice from the victims, but to smear President Trump. And it's sickening.
This seems very simple. Just throw all the pedophiles
from the wins President Trump
in prison.
Have delivered for the American people for the last 11
Democrat,
months.
Republican, libertarian, third-party pedophiles, straight to fucking jail.
Of documents related from Epstein release. What have my Democrat colleagues done? They selectively leaked and altered documents to mislead the American people. As President Trump has stated, we have nothing to hide here. I'm voting to release the files so that we can move on from this smear campaign the Democrats have manufactured.
Reduce, reuse, recycle.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
All right. How much time do I have to close?
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank all of America for tuning in to this. I want to thank Representatives Massey and Khanna, Representative Green, all of those who have insisted upon bringing the truth forward and a reckoning with the reality of one of the worst international child sex trafficking rings ever to exist in the United States and the cover-up attendant to it. We've got the opportunity today to do justice for the victims, for the survivors who have come forward to say that the voice of the victims and the survivors must be put at the very center of our deliberations, not shunted off to the side, not submerged, not subordinated, but put at the very center. We must hear from the people who themselves were victimized by this nightmare. Now, our colleagues across the aisle
more liquidity issues at the end of the day. I don't think we've had any liquidity issues.
I haven't heard so much talk about
what do you mean?
The Democrats since the Democratic National
Are you talking
Convention.
about like overall market
to
liquidity?
Say, we want to bring
and
the
then
truth forward,
correlating
along
that
with
with intraday price action.
Group. We don't want the Senate monkeying around with this in order to slow things down. We want it passed in the Senate. We want it signed. And before that, if the president is true to his word and he wants to see all of this come to light, he can release it now instead of fighting, kicking, and screaming every step along the way. But I'm glad he's changed his mind, and I hope he maintains the momentum he's got to stick with the vast majority of the American people who want to see that the truth is done here. And while he's at it, the administration could reconsider their terrible policies gutting federal offices and programs designed to combat violence against women. The DOJ terminated hundreds of grants to police departments, defunding the police when it comes to investigating violent sex crimes and to support victims. His DOJ destroyed programs to combat international human trafficking rings. Let's get back on the side of the women. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker Johnson said it right. Why now after 4 years of doing nothing? Because going after President Trump is an obsession with these guys. Best example is John Brennan testified in front of our committee under oath, said he was not involved with the dossier. Only problem is Tulsi Gabbard declassified a report, released that report, and it said exactly the opposite. And she related a story in there where a CIA official went up to Mr. Brennan and said, we shouldn't include this in the report. And John Brennan's response was, yeah, but doesn't it ring true? Forget the facts, forget the truth, go after Trump, put it in. Same dynamic at work here. We're all for protecting innocent victims. We're all for exposing the bad guys who did bad things. But this is an obsession with the left. For 10 years, it's going after President Trump. So vote yes. Make sure the bad guys are held accountable. We all want to do that. Speaker Johnson's right. I think it's going to be unanimous. But understand what they're doing, because they had 4 years and didn't do a darn thing. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4405? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without
Can I request
objection,
a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yeah, I'm requesting a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Maryland has requested a recorded vote. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules will be followed by 5-minute votes on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, adoption of House Resolution 879 if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 878. This is a 15-minute vote.
Finally, they shut up. They were all so sincere, fighting for the women. Yeah, but they just don't. They don't want that. They don't want that on record. You know. Where do you see the Spizzle closing today? I think we could kind of close anywhere from like 66.20 to 66.80. I mean, the range is trimmed a bit, but not as much as I would have liked it to. I will warn of this though. If we close near here into end of day, flat, basically, day over day, that is of some concern. I also don't think the upside gap is closed yet. Bulls are still fighting to hold this level. The biggest thing that'll be a problem is bleed, like vol bleeding up on flat price action. Right now they've got it kind of under control, and there's really no events pushing anything, but that could change. I don't know. I guess for stability? What the fuck was that? Oh, emails? Should probably open my emails over here. Just in case. Hmm. That's interesting. House prices are going to come down. What's wrong? Oh, the chart label? That's SPXW. Yeah, I see. I'm looking at the Zillow data right now. Redfin and Zillow. The MOAS chart? You mean this? This is Zillow Home Value Index. So listed properties? These are mortgage rates. Although we only really need to look at like 5 years. I guess we can look at 10. See, this doesn't look quite as good, right? Steady decline since 2020, 2022. Hmm. What's Vol doing? Bulls are still fucking around with the 55-60 calls. Here's a little synthetic short at 66.30. Majority of sold put support down at 66.10 and 6600. Volume's surprisingly low. Can you take a look at your Palantir orb and let me know if you see ZOM revisiting sub 115 after OPEX? Is oil volatility and data manipulation going to keep it right in the... What's up, Lawrence? One sec. Right in the fuck my CC zone. Had 7k shares called away last week and brokered, no settle funds. Talking to a lawyer soon. Let me check out ZOM. Isn't ZOM in the running to buy out Lukoil right now? I mean, if they announce a purchase of Lukoil, the fucking price of the stock is definitely going to drop, and you might get back below 115. Otherwise, you're probably going to get called away. I know the House is putting together a bill for sanctions against Russian oil. So that'll probably drive prices up, even with the oversupply. This is like crashing to close. I would say bears are starting to win a little. Need to get under 45 for it to get real spicy, though. Otherwise, it's still just chop. Might just buy back the few in danger. It might be a good idea. I feel like you could always just sell up at 20, right? That was 20. 20 is starting to turn into a pretty good resistance. I assume you're buying back shares if we fall under 115 again. Also, what's a lawyer gonna do? They're not gonna get you your shares back. Or are you just letting me know you're talking to one? Like, are you in a meeting with one right now? It's a crime lawyer. That's called a prosecutor. Taco Squire. I'm using his phone to chat you. Nice. Use his credit card while you're at it. Get some of that hourly rate back. Starting to slip. Vol's more definitively skewing to the downside now. Fuck you, get under 40. Hmm. Interesting. Should I watch Volstars on YouTube or Spotify? Both. Yeah, there's like a little bit of a megaphone thing going on. There's a lot of positive gamma on the calls here that are pinning spot a bit. These, the 55 and 60. But if those take profits, then there's no support really. Not till we get back down to like 30 or 25. Do bulls not use stops? They've not been incentivized to. What does megaphone mean? Usually increasing realized vol generally precedes a breakout up or down. In negative gamma environments, they trend a little bit more bearish.
On this vote, the yeas are 427, the nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 47, House Resolution 879. Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 130, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and approved Resource Management Plan Amendment, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 131, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 58, denouncing the horrors of socialism, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1949, to repeal restrictions on the export of import of natural gas, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3109, to require the Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum Council to issue a report with respect to the petrochemical refineries in the United States and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5107, to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, enacted by the District of Columbia Council, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5214, to require mandatory pretrial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat to the public safety or order in the District of Columbia and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
What's up, Ingrid? Fuck yeah. Any tips on hiding financial ruin before tax season? Talk to your CPA. Use your trading losses to offset the capital gains on your on the sale of your home. That's always one.
On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 211. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Oh!
In the opinion of
Jesus,
the chair,
fuck.
the ayes have it.
Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
I would kind of expect that the
The House will be in order.
hmm.
The House will come to order.
I think the most likely scenario is that we get more orderly repricing with a lot of central bank intervention, right? So
speak out of order for
Japan
1
tries
minute.
to stabilize yields and like the 2% range
Thank you, Mr.
and
Speaker.
slowly
Today I
increases their
rise to
terminal
recognize a
rate to
man
like
whose
1%.
dedication, steadiness, and wisdom
Okay,
have shaped not only
these people need to shut the fuck up. I think ultimately their capital coming back domestically to roost is still gonna push term premiums up globally at the top end. And I think equity multiples will have to compress as the cost of leverage increases substantially. But defaults would remain somewhat contained in that scenario. If it moves too fast, then you end up with like a debt trap. So Japanese yields overshoot like 2.5. You get global risk off. BOJ has to reverse course. probably like significant volatility in yen. And then yen becomes, you know, a barometer for like financial stress. They don't want to lose stability of the positive delta. That's why they keep defending it. What? Oh, if we fall under 6640 here, things get somewhat bearish. But 40 is a level for stability. I would say the more bearish close is, you know, under the gamma flip. So like 35. Anything under 35 would be slightly more bearish into tomorrow. It would be bullish. I don't really think there's a close here that's bullish. Filling the upside gap would be probably a good step. Like back up at like 73 or whatever. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. It's fucking protein bites. Do I want sunflower butter with strawberry or cashew butter with blueberry? Sunflower bad? Alright, I'll give it a shot. Hmm. Not bad. Cashews are a seed, too.
On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 878, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 878, resolution disapproving the behavior of Representative Jesus G. Chuy Garcia of Illinois.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Oh god, are you guys gonna start with the seed oil bullshit? You know, seed oils are fine, right? All the oxidation and aldehyde risks are from like industrial frying and reusing the same oil and over again. Yes, they fucking are. Interestingly, frying anything is bad for you. Whether you cook it in fucking beef tallow or seed oil, doesn't really matter. You take that back. The whole seed oil thing is just wild. Everything's a fucking carcinogen in high enough quantities. Beef tallow is delicious. I mean, no, you can't leave meat out in the hot sun to air fry it. It also hit your heart different, yeah. When did the whole seed oil thing even start? Influencers? Just vibe-based nutrition information. I mean, are you just using like a small amount of canola oil in a pan? It's fine. Just don't be omega-3 deficient. And you don't have to worry about omega-6 consumption. You're worried about hexane? I just don't get what's the actual fear? Like, what's the thing that, like, you're like, don't eat it, lol, eat your canola oil then. But like, What's the actual fucking mechanism that you can point to that causes some sort of hazard? Everybody fucking dies. That's not that's not causation. But all heavily refined oils are bad. Like hydrogenated and partially hydrogenated oils are bad, whether they're from seeds or not.
On this vote, the yeas are 236, the nays are 183, with 4 answering present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The House will come to order.
It sounds like it's just like the real thing is just don't eat ultra processed foods and don't reuse fryer oil
Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give
and mineral oil so it slides out smooth.
The gentleman is recognized. Just a moment. Members of the House will come to order. Chair would ask members to please take conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my House Resolution 888, censoring and condemning Delegate Stacy Plaskett and removing her from the House.
What happened?
And condemning Delegate Stacy Plaskett and removing her from the House.
Is he trying to get rid of someone? I'm just bored, so I put this on. I thought there was going to be a lot more arguments about pedophiles, and then it's funny to watch people like defend pedophiles. Because that shit's not going to age well. Is my cock oil bad? Just are you dousing it in seed oils? You're gonna oxidate your dick. Just don't eat fucking processed foods. It's so easy. Get your fat from like avocados and fish. It's just like basic healthy things, but everyone's like attributing all of the benefit to like not eat. Like a fucking teaspoon of canola oil is not going to kill you. It's also not going to taste as good as olive oil. Also true. Although sometimes you do want neutral oils, depending on what you're cooking. People want to blame the food instead of the fact that they have 10 times the recommended amount of it. Hello, Danimal. There's this one trick to eating less processed food. GLP-1. Yeah, that'll do it. I think this stream is fucked.
And condemning Delegate Stacey Plaskett and removing her from the House.
Okay, yeah, that's just, the stream's fucked. What else we got? Maybe this one's working.
Her integrity, and her fitness to serve. Whereas such associations erode public trust in Congress, particularly when they involve using input from a sex offender to advance partisan attacks during official proceedings. Now, therefore, be it resolved,
this guy's in the pickle jar.
Section 1, censure of Delegate Stacey Plaskett. Resolved that the House of Representatives censors and condemns Delegate Stacey Plaskett for inappropriate coordination with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing which reflects discreditably on the House of Representatives, and directs the Committee on Ethics to conduct a full investigation to the extent of Plaskett's ties to Epstein and any further improprieties. Section 2, remove from House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. The following named member be and is hereby removed from the following committee on the House of Representatives. Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Ms. Plaskett.
Chair will now recognize the gentleman from South Carolina to offer the resolution just noticed. Does the gentleman from South Carolina offer the resolution?
I do.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 888. Whereas Stacey Plaskett, the delegate representing the United States Virgin Islands in the House of Representatives, inappropriately coordinated with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in a congressional hearing in February 2019. Whereas Delegate Plaskett was actively coached by Epstein during the hearing, received instructions on specific lines of questioning, and was congratulated afterwards with the message, "Good work." Whereas Jeffrey Epstein was a known convicted felony sex offender, having pled guilty and been convicted for procuring a child for prostitution and for soliciting a prostitute in a plea deal in 2008 and served a 13-month sentence. Whereas in the course of that investigation, the FBI compiled reports on dozens of confirmed minors who credibly alleged sexual abuse by Epstein. Whereas Epstein was under further federal investigation beginning November 2018, 2 months before Delegate Plaskett's recently revealed text exchange during a congressional hearing, following investigative reporting by the Miami Herald detailing Epstein's controversial 2008 plea deal and highlighting accounts of his victims. Whereas Epstein was arrested in July 2019 and charged with 1 count of sex trafficking of minors and 1 count of conspiracy to commit sex trafficking of minors, and he was later found dead in the New York Metropolitan Correctional Center. Whereas according to Dr.
Dad, you were right. I got into Lonza too early. Lol. Never change regards. God damn it.
Disgraced former attorney to
What's
President
that?
Donald J. Trump. Delegate Plaskett coordinated her line of questioning with Jeffrey Epstein in real time over text message while the hearing was underway. Whereas Delegate Plaskett, who previously served as an assistant attorney general in the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Division, is known to have had extensive political, personal, and professional connections with Epstein after his conviction as a sex offender up to the time of his arrest and then death in 2019. Whereas Delegate Plaskett's relationship with Epstein stands in stark contrast to the public image she has curated for herself as a defender of justice and accountability, while secretly collaborating with an individual whose crimes against vulnerable women and children shocked the nation. Whereas Delegate Plaskett's willingness to receive instructions on official congressional proceedings from Epstein, a convicted felony sex offender with deeply concerning international associations, is especially alarming and inappropriate given her own past service in the U.S. Department of Justice and her current role on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, and raises serious questions about Delegate Plaskett's judgment, integrity, and fitness to serve. And whereas such associations erode public trust in Congress, particularly when this involves
What's up,
using
Dork?
input from a sex offender to advance partisan attacks during official proceedings. Now therefore be it resolved. Section 1, censure of Delegate Stacey Plaskett. The House of Representatives, 1, censures and condemns Delegate Stacey Plaskett for inappropriate coordination with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing, which reflects discreditably on the House of Representatives, and 2, directs the Committee on Ethics to conduct a full investigation into the extent of Plaskett's ties to Epstein and any potential further improprieties. Section 2, removal from House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. The following
I'm excited to
named
understand your
hereby removed from
thesis.
The following committee of the House of Representatives.
You could have waited for it.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts rise?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Clark of Massachusetts moves to refer the resolution to the Committee on Ethics.
The gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, today we have finally taken a vote that recognizes the need for the survivors and victims of Jeffrey Epstein to have justice and transparency. And not minutes later, the gentleman from South Carolina is filing yet another partisan resolution. I ask all of my colleagues to support this motion to refer this to the Ethics Committee, and I yield back my time.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion to refer. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
And the motion is not up. What
Mr.
purpose?
Speaker, I request to call the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 5 minutes will be allowed for this vote.
Why don't you ever allow us to make motions and put things to yay or nay votes? Because this isn't a democracy. Pickle sheriff or Gherkin cop. I could see a 20 test here. Yep.
On this vote, the ayes are 213 and the noes are 214. The motion is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 9, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In just a moment. The chair would ask the House to come to order again, to ask members to take conversations off the floor so that the members can be given due accord and respect during the period of debate. The gentleman has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because the House of Representatives has a responsibility and a duty to protect the integrity of this institution. And what we learned from the documents released by Jeffrey Epstein's estate is nothing short of alarming. Those documents show that Delegate Stacey Plaskett, a sitting member of Congress, coordinated her questioning during an official oversight hearing with a man who is a convicted sex offender, a man whose crimes against minors shocked this entire nation. Let me be clear, this was just not casual contact. There were deliberate communications, and they shaped her official line of questioning in a congressional hearing. The American people expect honesty, the American people expect integrity and judgment from their elected officials. They expect members of Congress to conduct themselves with one word: decency, not to seek advice from a predator who exploited minor children. This resolution does not accuse. It acknowledges what is documented. It censures Delegate Plaskett for her conduct, removes her from the Intelligence Committee, where her judgment is paramount, and directs a full investigation into the extent of her relationship with Mr. Epstein. Some will try to spin this as politics. But protecting the honor of this body is not partisan. It's not Democrat. It's not Republican. Standing against a convicted predator's influence in our proceedings is not partisan. It's basic decency. We cannot pretend this didn't happen. The American people deserve better. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And I rise in opposition to this resolution. We're here today on the floor to support the complete disclosure of information related to Jeffrey Epstein and his billion-dollar international child sex trafficking ring. And our side of the aisle, at least, supports the release of information relating to anybody who had anything to do with it, whether they're a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, or what have you, period. We insist on complete, full disclosure. This resolution has nothing to do with that. This seems to me to be one more pathetic effort to distract and divert attention from the fact that the president's name appeared more than 1,000 times already in the small fraction of material released on Epstein, and from the failure of the majority to move to disclose this information. And it is this bipartisan group that we've had behind the discharge resolution, which has insisted on bringing this to the fore, and we've got nothing but obstruction, opposition, resistance, evasion, distraction, and diversion from the other side. And now we get one more resolution like this. The resolution actually proposes a disciplinary censure against Representative Stacey Plaskett, but amazingly alleges no misconduct. It does not allege the violation of the Constitution. It does not allege the violation of a federal law or a state law or local law. It does not even allege a violation of the ethics rules of the House of Representatives, and yet they want to censure her and throw her off of her committee. This, a distinguished former federal prosecutor, diligent public servant, representative of the people of the Virgin Islands. Now, criminal justice has two parts to it. One is insisting upon legal accountability for people who do wrong. The other part of it is due process, which may be the two most beautiful words in the English language, certainly the two most beautiful words in the Constitution of the United States. It's due process that protects all of our freedoms and our rights against the arbitrary power of government and the will just to punish somebody without any process at all. But that's exactly what's going on here. Think about it. Ghislaine Maxwell had due process. She had a right to counsel. She had a right to hearing. She had a right to hear the evidence against her. She had a right to put on her case. She had a right to cross-examine. She had a right to a neutral, impartial tribunal. She had a right to unanimous verdict of a jury, and all of that she had, and she was found guilty. And that's why she was sentenced to jail for 20 years, even though Donald Trump has transferred her from a real prison to a prison camp where she's gotten very special pampered treatment, like she's in a Trump hotel. She gets room service to her cell. She gets gym privileges other inmates don't get. She gets to use the warden as a go-between with people outside of the institution and so on. But in any event, she had due process. Donald Trump had due process. He was convicted on 34 felonies, but he had the right to counsel. He had the presumption of innocence. He had a unanimous jury trial right. They had a right to cross-examine everybody, put their own witnesses on. Now, they want to take a former United States prosecutor, the representative of the people of the Virgin Islands, and without even going to the ethics committee, much less a court, they want to arraign her on some charges based on a newspaper article that she did something lawful. However ill-advised it may have been, she took a phone call from one of her constituents. Now, I don't think it is the position of the very distinguished gentleman that if we find Jeffrey Epstein on the phone with Donald Trump, he should be impeached for it, or is that his position? Is his position that any time Jeffrey Epstein got somebody on the phone, and he got a lot of people on the phone, that person is suddenly guilty? That sounds like guilt by association. That sounds like collective guilt. Our minority whip introduced a
15
perfectly
book bucket looks bearish.
say,
5
minute
minute
let's
looks
refer this to
mad
an ethics
choppy.
committee. Let's
It's
have a
kind
real
of mad
hearing.
choppy.
They didn't want to have a real hearing. They wanted
But
to
if
rush to
vol
judgment. Why? So
skew
there
picks
can
up to
be
the downside
some
into
headline that will
close,
please Donald Trump tomorrow.
charm's
Instead,
negative,
a
so
unanimous statement,
there's a
excuse
chance
me,
I can
the
push
distinguished
down
gentleman
into
from
that
Louisiana may
negative
have
gamma.
dissented, but an otherwise unanimous verdict
And
in the
that's a
House of
pretty clear
Representatives
slope
that
to the
American
downside,
people want
down
all
to
the
20,
files
even on the
open.
5 minute.
We've had enough of the
Like, it's
cover-up.
not great,
We
it's
want
just
all of the
stable at
truth.
40.
We want the survivors and the victims to have the possibility of accountability. Well, they want to give them another headline, which is that they've arraigned a Democratic member for taking a phone call from her constituent, Jeffrey Epstein, in the middle of a hearing. And of course, I don't think there's any rule here against taking phone calls in a hearing. Now, if you want to actually give her the chance to explain what happened, then we would take it to the ethics committee. I still don't see what the charge is. Where is the ethical transgression? Where is the legal transgression? Are you saying anybody on your side of the aisle who had a phone call with Jeffrey Epstein should be censured? Be careful your answer there, because there's a lot more that's about to come out, right? So you should think about what is the principle behind this rush to judgment. I want to close just with this thought, because I know there were a lot of people in the chamber who were here when this happened, and a lot who weren't. There was a move to expel George Santos, who was a Republican member of the House from New York. And it was the same kind of rush to judgment, absolute political frenzy, and I looked at it for about 60 seconds. And then, you know, I was a professor of constitutional law, so call me a legal nerd. But I said, wait, this guy's not been convicted of anything. Well, he's a Republican. Yeah, I know he's a Republican. He was not convicted in criminal court. To my knowledge, he had not been arraigned yet or convicted of anything in the ethics disciplinary process. They just said, well, there's bad press, we want to get rid of him. Beware of what you wish for. Is that the rule that you want here in the House of Representatives? That you can just draw up a member of Congress in 24 hours or 48 hours because there's a bad newspaper article without asking any questions, without giving that person any due process at all? Is that what it's come to at this point? I mean, all we're asking for in the Epstein files is release the materials so we can check it out. They want to go ahead and censure and remove from a committee a distinguished member of the House of Representatives with no due process at all. I reject this. I hope the whole body will reject this, just like I voted and spoke against removing George Santos, a Republican on the other side of the aisle, because he had gotten no due process. I hope all of our colleagues will reject this absurd rush to judgment and attempt to change the subject here. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I yield time to my good friend in Louisiana, Representative Raskin, I will be careful in my remarks. You need to be careful with your facts. You have an 11-year veteran of this body who should know better. You have an 11-year member of this body who took money. It wasn't a newspaper article. It was a fact. She took money from Jeffrey Epstein. It's ironic that you're taken up by defending Ms. Plaskett, which is going to the Ethics Committee, but she's lost her willingness or lost her ability to serve because she got irrational judgment by taking money from a convicted pedophile of young children. And it's unfathomable that you're taking a position that you are. These are facts. You mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell. She's not a sitting member of Congress. She, as a sitting member of Congress, she has relinquished any sense of duty to serve on these committees. With that, I want to yield as much time as needed for my good friend in Louisiana, Mr. Clay Higgins.
And the chair would remind all members to please avoid engaging in personalities to direct all comments to the chair. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
I thank my colleague, Mr. Norman from South Carolina, and I thank my colleague, Mr. Raskin, for the salient points that he has brought to this debate. I also defended George Santos on this floor and opposed the means by which he was expelled. I think it was beyond the pale, and this is a responsibility that we bear in this body, is to determine the means by which our colleagues shall be reprimanded or disciplined. And the Constitution is clear on this. My friend Mr. Raskin knows full well that this body controls the means by which and the rules by which the members of Congress shall be disciplined. So we've had variances of opinions regarding, the exact disciplinary actions that should be embraced or rejected, member by member. But let me say that in this case, Ms. Plaskett's receiving text messages, this was so alarming to me. When I saw this and read it, I didn't believe it. I say to my friend, I thought perhaps it was media from a satirical site. It couldn't possibly be true, because we all know that a text message, a text exchange is rather intimate in the realm of communications. And to pierce into an actual congressional hearing for a member of Congress to receive and respond to a text message during a hearing, that is quite familiar, is it not? And this was shocking to me, that a member of Congress would be exchanging text messages directly with Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, at which time he was being prosecuted federally by the first Trump administration. He had received some nature of a sweetheart deal back in 2007 and avoided federal prosecution by pleading no contest to some level of state prosecution, where he was sentenced, Mr. Speaker, to 13 months. My understanding, he did 11 months, and at the easiest time that could be done. He walked every day during the day on a work release program. So that sweetheart deal, let me say, should be looked at. And now, to my horror, who has come to light that should be looked at? What was her involvement? Was there some involvement then? She's a good lady from the Virgin Islands. Where did Jeffrey Epstein live? In the Virgin Islands. She was a constituent in 2019. Was she a friend in 2007? During her service to the DOJ, which my friend has brought up, was there any interactions? These are the questions we have. The good lady from the Virgin Islands has crossed the threshold of reasonable suspicion, and therefore she should be investigated. During said investigation by ethics, and I would recommend by DOJ, and I would recommend by oversight and judiciary committees. Meanwhile, she should absolutely be removed from the House Select Committee on Intel. This, Mr. Speaker, is my position. I presented without note for the betterment of the debate of this body.
What's going on here?
Give my time back to the gentleman from South Carolina.
I reserve. From South Carolina, the gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to hear.
Are they talking about Trump being an FBI informant?
Republican speakers have said this demands an ethics investigation. I think Mr. Higgins just said it should be investigated by oversight and by judiciary, as well as by ethics, as well as by others. This resolution censures her and punishes her before there's been 1 day of investigation. There's been no investigation at all. That was the whole burden of the minority whip's amendment. It was to say, let's have an investigation, refer it to the Ethics Committee. That's why the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana and I both voted against, and we got a majority to vote against.
Charm's pretty negative here.
Or expelling even George Santos without any ruling by our ethics disciplinary body.
Closing back at 6,600 would be bad.
I wish one of you could explain that to us, why we should censure her before there's been one day of actual
I don't think we're going to
investigation.
drop that low. It seems
being
unlikely.
on the phone with one of our constituents.
20 seems
even
like
an
solid
evil,
support.
sinister force like Jeffrey Epstein. You know, and of
Downside
course,
puts him in. Would
know,
have to
he has
ramp
said
up a
that
lot.
He considered Donald Trump the most evil person he ever met.
There are
He
some
said,
soul
without a
pits to
redeeming bone in his
squeeze.
body. So I agree, people can say different things, but Jeffrey Epstein.
Mostly the
to
ones
me,
here at 30,
disgraced
but
himself.
I guess
But
the
in any
20 and
event,
the 15.
People, you know, people want to know, well, what were the contents of that conversation? Why was Ms. Plaskett doing that? I'm sure she's got a good explanation. We're talking about a distinguished lawyer and federal prosecutor who was in the middle of a hearing, which is something that members do all the time, is to talk to people in hearings about different things. But let me ask, if it's now the standard that just to be on a phone call with somebody establishes guilt by association, what about all the members of this body or of the U.S. Senate who were on the phone with January 6th insurrectionists and President Trump and his associates who were trying to block the certification of the election as people were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence"? A lot of phone calls, a lot of traffic going on. In fact, that's why our Republican colleagues dealt themselves $1 million cash payoff
One put,
bonanza
please.
provision in the most recent Republican spending bill. They put that in there because their phone records had been subpoenaed lawfully by a grand jury. They were treated like every other American citizen because their names came up as potentially being involved in that conspiracy to somehow shut down proceedings in the House and the Senate. Now, are we saying just because they were on a phone call, they're guilty of something, we should strip them of their committee assignments? We should censure them? Have we gotten to that point? I mean, come on. This is the House of Representatives of the United States of America. Let's stick by the Constitution. Let's stick by due process. Let's go through the rules. I yield 5 minutes to my distinguished colleague from Connecticut, Representative Himes.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Maryland. I'm not going to speak today about Jeffrey Epstein or January 6th. I'm going to confine my remarks to two things that I know about. And I'm going to take a deep breath right now, because to stand here and to have to listen to the gentleman from Louisiana in the guise of just asking questions besmirch one of the finest members I have had the honor of serving with, I would think would offend the sensibility of anybody in this chamber. But I'm going to limit my remarks to two things I know very well. Number one, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and what we need to do to preserve that very special environment. And number two, the character of Delegate Stacey Plaskett. On HPSI, I've served for 10 years. And with Chairman Turner and now with Chairman Crawford, we have fought for that decade to keep the Select Committee on Intelligence immunized from the sewage that flows through this chamber, the partisan attacks, the hideousness. And by and large, we've been pretty successful, with one exception, when that committee got involved in the political investigation around Ukraine in the first Trump administration. Every single day, the leaders of that committee work hard, establish friendships, and do the work we need to do to make sure that the toxicity and the sewage that we're hearing right now don't impinge the critical work of making sure that our intelligence communities are keeping Americans safe and not violating civil liberties and not doing things inconsistent with the desires and character of the American people. This effort, put forward by a bunch of people who haven't served on that committee and who have no idea the comity and the grace with which that committee serves, you, sirs, will hurt this committee badly. And I expect every Republican on the Intelligence Committee, and I'll say it again, I expect every Republican on the Intelligence Committee who know Ms. Plaskett and who know the committee to vote no on the idea that without evidence and without due process, Ms. Plaskett should be removed from that very special committee. This resolution would strike a devastating blow to HPSI's ability to work effectively by removing a member in good standing based on a newspaper article about texts. No due process, no evidence, nothing offered other than a newspaper article which has moved the gentleman from South Carolina, a member who's consistently engaged in a bipartisan and productive way with the committee's work, to make some unrelated political statement will do profound damage
to this essential committee. Now, let me just talk for a moment about Ms. Plaskett. I've served in this institution for 17 years, longer, I think, than most people in this chamber. And I have not had the honor of serving with somebody with the integrity and the commitment and the hard-working bona fides as Ms. Plaskett. We can argue about the wisdom or the judgment associated with those texts. I'm told that apparently Mr. Epstein was a constituent. But on any one of us, our worst day, our biggest misjudgment is not to be judged without any due process, especially in the context of this superb member, this critical member of the Intelligence Committee. The result of this resolution, if it were to pass, will be to undo the efforts of the Republican Speaker and the Republican Chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Crawford, to restore the committee to what it was intended to be. And while the bill for that decision won't come due immediately, it will come due over time in the form of a less accountable and less effective intelligence community with less effective oversight for Congress. So I don't expect the gentlemen who have offered this up to back down now, but I do expect every single member of the Intelligence Committee that elect those few who understand what it is we need to do to close the door on the flow of partisan sewage, which we see now threatening the critical work that we do. Vote no on this appalling resolution. I yield back.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Connecticut yields back to the gentleman from Maryland. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire about how much time we have left?
2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes?
22 and a half
22
minutes.
and a half minutes.
Yes, sir.
Let me just say, for my good friends on the left, you know, we're hearing words. That's all this is, words. You're taking the side of a young lady who should have known better. She served for 11 years. She disparaged herself. She did it to herself. This is not smoke and mirrors. This is actual text that pretty well indicts Ms. Plaskett. Would she probably take it back? Yes, but it's too late now. I want to yield as much time.
Don't you thinking? Stuck at Gamut 25?
My friend from Texas, Chip Roy.
The gentleman from Texas.
Same thing I thought like an hour and a half ago
South
when I
Carolina
said we were going here.
Forward this important resolution before the body. I do want to say I appreciate the gentleman from Maryland, his commentary about the vote on removal and his considered judgment with respect to Santos, and I agreed with him at the time and made the same points. I want to align myself with the remarks from the gentleman from Louisiana, but I want to note in doing so, and I think the gentleman from Maryland has shown respect to, I think, the judgment of the gentleman from Louisiana about his being the sole vote on the issue before this body before with respect to what we're making public because of the gentleman's, I think, very real concerns about what it might mean for victims. And we had that debate and a colloquy back and forth in the Judiciary Committee a few hours ago about what we can do to ensure victims are protected and so forth as we all go forward in what I believe is a unanimous view that we should go seek out truth and justice here with respect to Epstein and anybody associated with him and them and the nefarious affairs involving Jeffrey Epstein. The reason that I support this resolution is, and I would note that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they could have tabled this resolution. They chose not to table it. They chose to refer it, which suggests to me that there's a recognition that something here is not particularly good, that we've got a sitting member, in this case the delegate from the U.S. Virgin Islands, who was sitting in the Oversight Committee. And I'm actually a particular interest here because I was the one doing the questioning. Apparently my questioning was so riveting that she was engaging in text messages back and forth at that moment while I was questioning Mr.
The gentleman from New York has said we're getting pinned to 6625, and I agree.
Jeffrey Epstein. Now, again,
we're getting bot prints down at 20 now.
My colleagues on the other side.
If we get below this, we're going to dump.
Disparage and try to impugn the character of the president of
We
the
got
United
2
States
minutes.
and other members of the administration.
Yeah, Bulls need to bounce it here.
In connection to an investigation of Jeffrey Epstein, which the president, his administration in 2019, they indicted Epstein. They actually moved forward and federally indicted him in 2019. Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested by the Trump administration. And I know the gentleman from Maryland will go on to say that the Biden administration then carried forward that arrest and indictment into prosecution. True. But it was, in fact, the Trump administration that did what had not been done for a long period of time by taking forward that indictment. So I've been listening to all of the
back to 25
my friends on the other side of the aisle about how any association, anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein is somehow the dispositive moment here in terms of determining the character of this administration or what they're doing or not doing when they're leaning in to try to seek the truth. Where tens of thousands of pages have been released by Jamie Comer and 13 subpoenas has all been put out. So now the House just voted to have greater transparency. Time will tell what that means in terms of what the court does and how they deal with grand jury secrecy and what they do.
Okay. Done with that. Well, that was interesting. Put buyers into close. I think things are still a little bearish, you know? It's almost like, not full bull. Although I will say we didn't close under the implied move for the day for a change. We did get a pretty good test down at that 65.75 level. Obviously, you know, the incentive to sell puts there was very high. So we got a nice couple of bounces. We got one off the 6600 level, 65.75. But that positioning, taking profits, still short dated, not a lot of confidence, right? So these aren't long dated puts coming in. You know, they're heavily incentivized short dated puts that are being sold because the VRP on the 0DT is fucking ridiculous, right? Like so much positive carry that everyone just wants to sell the fuck out of those puts. Anyway, so some of those ended up closing out the day safe, but a lot didn't, right? You know, the attempted bounces off of 66.40, 66.50, those failed. Those puts collapsed, so we got a bit of a vol spike into close, leaving volatility elevated over the entirety of the day and continuing our downtrend for this week into tomorrow's data. We actually have data tomorrow, so if we're going to expect any mean reversion out of bulls, it'll probably come tomorrow, prior to the FOMC data. If it doesn't, well, there's Thursday, but we'll see. Obviously over here on ES, we had an inverse head and shoulder setup on the 1 hour that just failed with this drop below close. So we still have, you know, 6600 to the downside open as an important level, and then 65.79, 65.40 below that, 40.30 below that. So those are also going to be fairly important tests. This range pretty decent. This one a little tighter between support levels. Yields at the top end of the curve didn't hold a lot of their gains today, but it seems that some demand has been returning at the 2 and the 5, and the dollar still moving up. Correlation almost stabilized in the intraday and then broke down again into close, hitting a new high into end of day for the 1 month correlation, but 3 month correlation slightly lower high into close, although it's still increasing. I mean, it looks like dispersion's still having a hard time getting a foothold. And the last time, you know, last week they tried to turn things around and they got blown up. And this looks like it's setting up a very similar leg down. Commodities doing a little bit better today. Silver climbing, gold stabilizing above 4,000. We see agricultural commodities move up and oil back above $60 a barrel as the House moves closer to passing a resolution on Russian sanctions. Not a lot of move in and bond volatility, but 3 month correlations continuing to rise, so I would expect we'll see bond volatility catch up to that. Leverage on the carry trade still pushing higher. Remember, these levels significantly over the 2008 highs and even over recent highs. So leverage into the carry trade is growing at a pretty significant pace between the US dollar and the yen. And some of that being realized on the short end, but short end leverage is still fairly low. Forward yield on volatility is continuing to march higher, though. Moved up from yesterday's close at like 6% to almost 12% at close today. So not only is this incentivizing people to go longer and longer volatility, but it's ensuring that there's a very good yield to capture there, and that'll help hedge any risk off from equities into bonds. That's part of the demand that drives that up. Skew still chopping around. So I guess things got a little bit better today, but probably worse by end of day. 20-day movers still, I don't know, 20-day movers finally surpassing 50-day declines. And so we are starting to get some momentum to the downside. We'll see if this continues. Usually you'll see your 20-day percentage of 20-day movers significantly below stocks above their 50-day moving average before you see any kind of turnaround, as like we saw back here in July, August, or back here in April. When we had the big sell-off, usually those don't drop at the same rate. They are dropping at very similar rates right now, but I think more importantly, stocks above their 200-day moving average on the S&P 500 is now 49%. So the index overall, the majority of the index overall is below its 200-day moving average. So these sell-offs are pretty broad. Correlation starting to still flattening, I think, a little. We got barely any change day over day, flattening, but volatility starting to turn up. And as correlation starts to turn around and people give up on shorting volatility, we can start to see volatility climb even more. This period of vol shorting has not been very productive for vol sellers, and they're starting to get squeezed out of those positions. Fed fund futures, no real change. The 10-2 moving up a little bit, closer to a recessionary signal. The SOFR moved up to 4%, so we got a 10 basis point spread there over IORB. Cash demand should continue to pick up into the end of this week as we approach OPEX and at least into the SLD period, where supplemental liquidity deposits need to be made. Cash will be important, so we may see SOFR rise again over that, SRF and IORB rates, and the spread get even wider. And that's where we get that liquidity crunch on the front end. Right now, things are kind of managed. We had a lot of up volume today, although it didn't produce very good returns. And SPX and leverage continue to decline in tandem with one another, which is also bearish. So leverage is pulling back as the index is selling off. We got a test of the 6,600 level, which is very important. We got a bounce off of it, but a weak one. And so that does open up downside continuation. Obviously, 6,600 is kind of going to be the confirm there. There's a little bit of historic support around 6,550. That's of some importance. I believe that's a monthly low. Is that October low, like 6,550? So slipping below that does confirm that we have rejected from all-time highs, then we're getting a correction. But watch for stability here along the 2022 bull market trend, because there could still be buyers in this range, and if we find enough buyers between 6,550, 6,600, I would expect some kind of capitulation rally that could carry us back up, maybe fill some of the upside gaps, maybe like 6,700s. Anything that fell below that would be really fucking bad, but maybe like 67, 64-ish, something like that. Yeah, I think that's about it. Everything pretty much selling off broadly. Health technology is still doing pretty well, and consumer non-durables. So we are still seeing a rotation to defensives a bit. However, health services not doing that great. Producer manufacturing surprisingly not doing very well during all of this. Partially probably because retail trade is still pretty bad. Consumer durables underperforming, but tech continuing to just sell off. I guess financials are kind of stable, not really up or down. And then, yeah, that's about it. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you all made some money today, and I will see you tomorrow. Later.